and I will welcome those of us that are on right now. It's myself, Gus, Stavros, John Temple, and we have Mark Rosenberg and Derry Harper with us. And Mikey, is that you?
That's me.
And who else is with us?
Lori Clark.
Lori Clark. Anyone else?
You want to ask whether they're...
Debbie Gula from USF.
Okay.
Nur at Angus University of Florida.
Okay.
Powers, University of West Florida.
Okay. Anyone else? Any press or media? Okay. Mikey, can we get approval of minutes?
You can get approval. I mean, that's an item on the agenda. Oh, sure. We
Okay.
I so move acceptance of the minutes as submitted.
Okay, I'll second it.
All right. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Today, what we wanted to talk about are two or three things, and Derry on our agenda kind of gave us the overview of what we'd like to try and get down. One of the things that we need to do, our board and audit and compliance does not have a charter, and we've of course been working towards that, and I told Derry we need to get this finalized and bring it to the full board so that we can get it voted on. So Derry has been working and sent to us an audit and compliance committee charter. So we want to have a discussion on that. Then the second part of it is, and also as part of that, he's got the charter, and he's got the, let's see, committee charter. And what's the other called, Derry?
It's a charter for the Inspector General's office.
The charter for the Inspector General's office. So those are two separate documents that we need to have some discussion on. Then he's put together a summary work plan for the year, and we'd like to discuss that with him, make sure that we're comfortable where he's going on that, and that we can refer that to the full board. And then the other part is that we want to briefly discuss the Inspector General's annual report and the Auditor General's operational audit of the Board of Governors. And then the fourth item is for us to adopt a calendar of when we'll meet. And our charter, when we adopt it, would call for us meeting 4 times a year. And now take that kind of out of order right now. Derry and I talked, and I've suggested that the 4 dates that we pick be January 28 and 29, when our meeting's in Tallahassee, March 25 and 26, our meeting would be in Tallahassee again, then June 17 and 18, and that place has not been determined yet, and then September 23, 24, at a place to be determined. And that would at least give us the 4 meeting dates. John?
I accept that comment and your recommendation. I will make that motion.
Are you okay with that, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we don't have to have a motion on it per se, I don't think.
Okay.
But Derry, let's make those the official dates that we'll have, and then if we need anything else, we can do it by conference call.
That'll be fine, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that gets that item out of the way. Now, why don't you, Derry, start with your discussion of the committee charter?
All right. First, just a couple of administrative matters, and I will launch right into this. after my discussion with Governor Tripp, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the documents and a little less on process. But I wanted to make sure, Governor Stavros and Governor Temple, that you got the materials that were sent out with all of the other committee materials. I'm going to be referring to that, and the revised documents, which in essence are going to be the first topic for discussion. That is a draft Audit and Compliance Committee charter and a charter for the Office of Inspector General. If you didn't receive those documents, we sent them by email to you this morning, just in case you had any difficulty with bringing all of those materials with you. Did you both receive those documents?
Yes, we did. I did.
Then I'll try to proceed. What I want to do at the outset is please slow me down if necessary. I did have a chance, and all of you know this, to brief each of you during our briefings for the other committee meetings. So if I'm somewhat redundant, don't worry about interrupting me. But I do want to establish, by going over the drafts, that we're continuing this process that began several months ago. Part of the responsibility, of course, for the Audit and Compliance Committee is to establish what its primary purpose is, where an authority is drawn from, and what its duties and responsibilities are. That is, in essence, a quick definition of the charter. What we did back earlier this year is release a draft, and for discussion purposes only, distribute it on a limited basis. So one of our primary next steps will be to get input and also feedback from other key constituencies. We'll talk about that a little bit more. What I'd like to do is go over the document itself, again, just highlighting some of the areas that I would suggest are open to continued discussion, and where we would fervently submit we need feedback from you and the other members of the Audit and Compliance Committee. So that's going to be kind of the approach, and if there aren't any questions at this time, I wanted to make sure that you'd already recognized Debbie Gula. Debbie is the University Audit and Compliance Director at the University of South Florida. She's been my primary contact with the State University Audit Council. You're familiar with the chief audit executives in that council. They've submitted and helped direct or give some information to the board, including what we always call the SUAC white paper on best practices. And I want to make sure that I recognize Debbie at an appropriate time so that she can add to and make comments on the documents, or anyone else. So with that, any questions at this point in time?
I have none.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, Governor Tripp has heard some of this. First of all, this draft was, of course, introduced earlier this year. We committed at that time to producing a second or third draft, revised draft, after getting input from the chief audit executives and other constituencies, and also, as I explained during our briefings, to submit to you the reference or supporting documents. That's why the meeting materials that were sent to you were somewhat dense. We felt it was necessary to demonstrate that the draft, first that draft and this draft, is based upon a good review, a very thorough review of the enabling documents and well-settled materials and professional resources. So what we have now are, at least in this case, a response to one of the primary suggestions. That is that the original draft combined the charter for the Audit and Compliance Committee and the charter for the Office of Inspector General in one document. We listened to that feedback not only from the university chief audit executives, but also from other professionals, which is why you now have a separate document for each of those particular purposes. In this instance, we also need, in terms of next steps, and again, just dealing with process, to get feedback specifically from the university boards of trustees, the audit committee chairs, and of course from the presidents and senior staff, not just the chief audit executives, but the vice presidents for administration and other interested parties. So again, what we would like to do is discuss some of the highlights that I would say are those kinds of issues that we anticipate getting both feedback on, and ones that will ultimately be the decision of this group and the Board of Governors. So without further ado, I'm going to launch into the document. An audit charter, as I said before, is the basic enabling document. This particular draft, an attempt to capture what would be the enabling document for this committee, follows a format that is fairly standard, but at the same time we try to customize it to meet our particular needs. If you look on page 1 of the revised document, it's labeled Draft Audit and Compliance Committee Charter. I'm not going to read from each of these sections, but I do want to go over the format very quickly. Again, we have a section titled Introduction, Organization, Authority, Duties and Responsibilities, Meetings and Reporting and Responsibilities. In the introduction, I would highlight again for the discussion and feedback from the members of this committee that the purpose of the Audit Committee is to assist the State University System Board of Governors achieve its goals and objectives by providing, and here is the key words, systematic and disciplined approach to the evaluation of the board's operations, and to be primarily responsible for improving effectiveness of the State University System's risk management, control, and governance processes. And again, just by highlighting in that second paragraph, the purpose of the charter, again, is to establish clear lines of authority, responsibility, and expectations related to the board's chief audit executive, my title, Inspector General and Director of Compliance. In that second section on organization, you've had a chance to review this in both the previous drafts. Some of the language is the same. I would highlight in that second paragraph on page 1 the second full sentence. The Audit and Compliance Committee shall be comprised of 5 to 9 members appointed by the chair, and as Governor Temple so aptly pointed out, with a financial expert. I thought that was going to...
Let me stop you right there, because I brought it up because fortunately I think we qualify it. If you have, is that a requirement of some sort? Or, I mean, that's kind of restricting the board. Because if I think about the current people on the board, I think there's only maybe a couple of us who would qualify if the definition of that word is what I think it is. So
the short answer, Governor Temple, is that that's the final decision of this committee and of the Board of Governors. The best practice right now, based on our review and research, and I referenced the SUAC white paper, which did a very thorough job of looking at that, and the professional standards, is that an audit committee should be comprised of members including one financial expert. It might be wise to have some language in there that gives some leeway to that, but that's why we submitted this again in draft form for discussion.
Yeah, well, Norman, I think that could be restrictive.
See what we should do.
You know,
We should define financial expert.
Right.
And have it broad enough so that we know we'll be able to pull somebody from the committee.
Yeah.
And maybe, Derry, to the extent someone who has served on audit committees, who has accounting background, probably, or legal background. I think we could define 3 or 4 things. Public boards are able to go out and specifically, and I'm talking about public companies, pick people to sit on the board to do that. And we're really a political board. It might not fit for us.
Yeah, I agree with all that, Norman.
Very good suggestion. All right.
But why don't you look at it? I'm sure if you look at it, there are probably other definitions of financial expert that we can bring into this that would give us, the strength that we're looking for, but without having to, the chances of having someone who has been a CFO of a public company, is there anybody else on our board that's done that?
Maybe Dasberg might have been when he was at Marriott, but I don't know.
Yeah, you see, Derry, that might be a hard one.
Yes, sir. During our briefings, Governor Dashberg said he had served as the audit committee. I'm looking at Mikey to confirm, of a publicly traded company and several other instances where he had served.
That's a much broader definition than having been a CFO. To be on a public, to be the chairman of a public audit committee for a public company, it's pretty tight, and we shouldn't be anywhere. We should have a much looser definition.
Very well, sir. We will work on some language that would meet that particular suggestion, and I think that's a very good idea. The other language in that section I'd like to highlight again for just discussion purposes and because I think that it is significant is in that second paragraph at the bottom. The board's Audit and Compliance Committee, in collaboration with audit committees of the boards of trustees for the state universities and their respective internal audit executives, help to ensure that processes are in place to meet those responsibilities. That is something that is both what feedback I received from members of the audit committee, from other members of the board, from the chancellor, that the audit committee shall serve in collaboration and in cooperation with the boards of trustees for the state universities, because that is the governance structure that we have now and is working well. The other section or other language in that section you've had a chance to read, but I would highlight in that third full paragraph the language that we've inserted here, which is different than that in the draft. It is, of course, and I don't want to get too long-winded, Governor Tripp has warned me about that, but it is inherent in for people who do what I am responsible for doing, to talk about independence, reporting relationship, etc. And in this instance, it was the chancellor's direction from the beginning and in the original draft that there be a dual reporting relationship to establish and demonstrate independence of this office and of the responsibility to perform what other functions given to me by the board. So the language there, which is borrowed specifically from, again, reference sources, including the Institute of Internal Audit directives or suggestions, sets up a dual reporting relationship with the definition of reporting functionally to the Audit and Compliance Committee, for administrative purposes reporting directly to the chancellor. And then we spend just a little bit of time describing that.
Derry?
Yes, ma'am.
Derry, this is Nur Erengich, University of Florida Chief Audit Executive.
Mm-hmm.
If I may make a comment, originally with the first round, the two documents, the charter for the Inspector General's office and the charter for the Audit Committee were one document. And as such, it included elements for both. It seems to me that this section, starting with paragraph 3, really addresses the relationship and the operational environment for the Office of Inspector General, which is now covered in a separate document. My question is this still need to be in here, this section, which is specific to, not to the Board of Governors Audit Committee's functioning, but more specifically addressing the functioning of the IG office?
Yeah, Governor Tripp, if I may, I do want to address some of the concerns raised by Noor and other members of SUAC, and I shouldn't say concerns.
Let me just interrupt here a minute and say to John and to Gus, really what the issue is that I think I'm hearing addressed is that how much leadership do we expect our office to have? And I think that the discussion probably comes up. Derry moved to paragraph 4, but really what she's addressing is the words, "The Inspector General shall provide leadership and oversight of audit and compliance functions for the board office," that's us, and then the second part, "and the state university system," that's the system as a whole, and is generally responsible for coordinating activities that promote accountability, integrity, and efficiency as required by law. I have a general feeling that there are those who would like us not to have any role in the auditing of the state university system, but my rereading of the Constitution, I just don't think that's possible, regardless of how the presidents feel or others feel. I think the responsibility is there. I'm going to say a couple more things and then I'll open it up. And I think an example of that is Derry told me, I talk with him regularly, there's an issue again at Florida A&M about about the grade changes and their work. Florida A&M is working through that, etc. But lo and behold, he gets a phone call from a legislator on the Audit Committee and wants to know, what are we doing about that? And I don't think it'll ever go away. When there have been problems in the past, the first place they're going to call is they're going to call us. What are you doing about that issue, either in the Board of Governors office itself, if we've got an issue, or in a university? And so I think that's a problem that we're going to have to address. That, are we going to go tell somebody that whatever happens out there we're not responsible for, and that we're not going to have a role in reporting and compliance? So,
Mr. Tripp, this is Chancellor Rosenberg.
Yeah.
If I could, our experience, which has been very difficult, as you know, over the last year as it relates to audits, is that the Joint Legislative Audit Committee of the Legislature has an expectation that we will be engaged. And they have found it unacceptable when we haven't had answers for them, in part because they view the state university system as a system for purposes of accountability. And so we learned that as a board and as a chancellor's office staff the hard way. And I think precisely the position of the Inspector General was incremental funding provided by the legislature a year and a half ago to address this issue. So I appreciate your sensitivity to that.
Who else would like to speak to that?
This is Debbie Gula. Good morning.
Good morning, Debbie.
I appreciate the efforts that have been done to date. There's been a lot of improvements in the draft since the original one back in January. And I believe Noor was addressing a more technical issue relative to whether or not it's appropriate for Dairy's role in reporting relationship with the Audit Committee and the Chancellor, whether it should be included in this document or if it's more appropriate to be in the IG's charter. But you have now brought up one of the sensitivities that we as Chief Audit Executives have and were communicated in our document earlier this year. And I don't think there's any disagreement relative to the Board of Governors' responsibilities. What I think we are sensitive to is that we report directly to our own presidents and our own boards, and we don't see the need for any kind of direct reporting relationship to the IG's office or the Board of Governors Audit Committee. I don't believe that there's any strong opposition for the IG's office to assist the board in their responsibilities by perhaps even in collaboration with SUAC or our chief audit executives and our own audit committees, developing some system-wide initiatives, or have some further discussions about some form of periodic reporting that could be done by us to satisfy your obligation of watching and searching for emerging or pervasive trends or issues within the state university system.
Yeah, Debbie, please, this is Derry. Excuse my interruption, but Chair Tripp, I wanted to make sure that you knew that our indications are that Governor Martin has joined the call. Governor Martin, are you there? Well, we did get an indication that he had joined the call. So I'm sorry for interrupting the flow of the discussion. If I may, before I turn it back to you and finish my review of this, there was a technical question I wanted to respond to, but the overall concerns and issues as we have at this point identified include the ones that you've heard and that you've addressed, both you, Chair Tripp, and Chancellor Rosenberg. The chief audit executives are my primary contact. We have not had an opportunity to reach out in a specific fashion to those other constituencies, which I think we should obtain feedback from. We have scheduled a meeting on November 19th to further review both this draft, the input that we received today from the committee, and also to come up with a mechanism for meeting what are outlined in the charter as the broad responsibilities and duties of the Audit and Compliance Committee. So,
Gary, I just got to say this, okay? This thing's been dragging on far too long. Too many meetings, too much talking about this or that. We're going to set a pattern here, and then they can come and make their comments. But I've told you, we're going to get this. You know, I'm embarrassed that the state board doesn't have a charter after all this time. And so, I told you originally that we were going to bring it for a vote on January, and you said, "Oh, I don't have enough time to get it done by January." But this is going to be finalized in March.
that'll be
So, these people, the audit people, they lead their people anyway. And the presidents have been there, and they've been hearing it, and they know what this looks like. And so we're going to move on with it.
Yes.
And we're not going to beat this thing to death.
Very well.
There isn't a heck of a lot in here that anybody should have any question about, to be frank with you. And I'm not the people you are, but I can read and understand this, and that's what it's about. And there's no question that the legislature and the Constitution tells us we got to have oversight. Now, I think the real issue comes down to, do I want to sit and have you sit in with auditors and their meetings, etc.? No. But when their audit comes out, I think it comes to our committee and we look at it, and if we decide at that point in time, with your suggestion and others that there are some ongoing issues that may affect the system, then I think we have to address them. But that's the simplicity part I see of how we're going to deal with it. Debbie, talk to me on that. I mean, is there anything wrong with that?
I believe that the overall concept, understanding your responsibilities, there's nothing wrong with that. What we haven't had the opportunity to do is to have that continuing dialogue with Derry so that we understand and that our boards agree that all audit reports will be submitted to the IG's office. If that's what your intention is, we have not had that opportunity.
It's part of the system. How do you separate it? If we don't see an audit report, then how can we be responsible back to the people, first of all, and to the legislature? I mean, how could we if we don't see them? Can somebody explain that, how we could? I got open ears. How can we fulfill our function if we don't see them?
Governor Tripp, this is Gus Stavros. I support your comments where it says we have significant oversight responsibilities for the whole system. Let me mention something that occurred a couple of years ago with the Florida Council on Economic Education. We had a serious problem with the director. We finally had to go to the Chief Financial Officer of Florida. Today, that would be Alex Sink. And I don't know whether that office would be someone that should be someone that we should have Alex Sink part of our committee. Am I out of line there?
Yeah, because I the way we're set up, we're constitutionally put in place, and if they wanted that office to sit there, it would have been part of the constitutional draft. Yeah, I mean, that's just my view. Like my experience is with the Board of Governors, they clearly put on the board, the head of all faculty, the faculty senate. They put on the head of the student group. They put on the chancellor of the Department of Education, if I'm using that wording right. So,
yes, sir.
Debbie or somebody, tell me, how do we get around that? If we're not looking at that in some way, how do we fulfill our duty?
If I may respond to that, this is Nur Erangüç. Currently, all our audit reports, as they are issued, become public records, and we do forward copies of those to all the offices, including the Office of the Inspector General at the Board of Governors. So that there is no issue of that information or that oversight not be or that flow of information not existing at this point. That does happen.
Yeah, and that's my point. Now, I said to Derry, and here's where I think we need to be careful so that we can all look at each other at the end of the day and say, we've done a good job, is, first of all, we don't have at the Board of Governors, any ability or manpower to start micromanaging any audits or any of these things. I mean, we're just not set up to do that. But that being said, there's only X number of universities. Derry, I would expect that they would review the audit once it's finalized, once your comments are finalized and everybody's accepted it, and and make that part of our record. And I guess the first step would be if we start seeing on a general basis, having viewed all of the audits, that we're getting in one direction or another in the university system that we don't want to go, we would have the leadership role to start coming back out on that, because we would have the responsibility.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you will, sir, one of the points that I tried to make in my brief preamble is that the charter will be the basic document, the mechanism for fulfilling the board's responsibilities, duties, and to demonstrate accountability is what we still need to work on before now the March deadline, or the January deadline. That is what I was referring to by getting further feedback specifically from some of those other constituencies. There really isn't any specific or even broad disagreement in my discussions with the chief audit executives, limited discussions with other members of senior staffs, including general counsel, about the board's authority. And what I would suggest, at least for the rest of this meeting, is
Derry, I'd change that word to use authority. It's not about authority. It's about responsibility.
Yes, sir. I would agree. But I
don't buy the authority stuff, because I think that language is what angers the presidents and everybody. It's not, and it may be authority. All I'm saying is it's clear that it's a responsibility. That's what's clear. And so we have to address the responsibility.
What I would like to do, we weren't able to confirm, Chair Tripp, that Mr. Martin or Governor Martin was able to join us, so I just wanted to clarify that, and then would ask you if I can proceed, just and again, now a even quicker overview of some of the language in this draft.
Okay.
All right. Very well.
Are we through? But that one paragraph, do we need, John and Gus, are we comfortable with that?
I am.
I would say yes. This is Governor Martin. Norm, I'm with you 100%, and I think we need to move this thing forward and get it done as soon as possible. It has taken way too long.
Okay.
And I asked that question regarding the university audits, whether or not we were actually getting them at the board level. And we do have a responsibility that we need to take seriously and move forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll buy that too. I'll go on with Governor Temple.
Debbie, do you understand how we're looking at this? Are you comfortable that we can get there?
I believe that we'll be able to talk about it more at our meeting on November 19th.
Okay. That's spoken like a true politician, and you're not even...
I'm learning from you all.
Mr. Tripp, this is Mark Rosenberg, and I would want to just get verified by Derry if I could. It's not clear to me that we get all the reports. Matter of fact, on some instances this past year, we've lagged in getting those, and we're asked by board members, and we don't have them, because I don't think that, I appreciate the spirit in which the comment was made that everything is sent to us, but Derry, am I correct in that we're not seeing, we certainly get the work that the Auditor General does on the annual audit, on the financial audit, but we do not get so I just wanted to make sure that little fact was either confirmed or not by Derry.
That is correct. I would add just two brief comments. One, in the specific case of the University of Florida, it's my review that we do get most, if not all, of the audits and other work products from that shop. But there's been, the second comment, there's been no specific or direct statement by the Board of Governors that all of those documents should be sent from all of the universities. Now, that's one of the things that, again, drilling down into the weeds that I was referring to when I was talking to Chair Tripp about finding out more from the specific universities as to what their situation is. But you are correct, Chancellor.
And so that the board members know, there is an operational audit every 2 years that the Auditor General carries out of each of our universities. And there is a financial audit that is carried out on an annual basis. So we do see those, and we appreciate seeing those, but we do not always see the internal audits that are carried out by the respective auditors or inspector generals of the 11 institutions.
Yeah, but they're public record once he reports it to the Board of Trustees.
That's correct. They are a public record, but
so we don't have any problem getting them. We can pull them. We can pull it up off their website.
In theory, if it's posted on the web. Again, I don't know that there is a uniform, and the auditors could. And this may be offline in terms of getting this clarified. We could pull them. That's correct.
I mean,
they are posted.
And my point is that I don't think we will ever have the manpower to start getting into detail into those internal audits.
I would agree with you.
John, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do.
I think we don't want to be doing that. I mean, the boards of trustees, they're appointed like we are. John and I sat on the same board, and unless they're not doing a job, then I think our role would be to discuss with the Board of Trustees why their committee is not properly functioning, as opposed to getting into their internal auditing part. I don't think we want to have a role in that.
Well, that's a very important clarification that board members need to make for us, so that when we are asked by board members what is going on in a certain circumstance, generally what I have responded, at particularly on the record, is that when I get calls from the community, is that this is an internal matter and their audit committee is managing it. So I guess this is a very important discussion that we need to make sure we get right to meet expectations of our board members as well as expectations of the public. So that November 19th meeting, I think, will be a really good meeting.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Chair Tripp, if I can wrap up on this document and have your permission to go very quickly through the separate document. There were two primary areas that I would characterize as issues for discussion. We've already hit upon both of those. That is, clarify as to what mechanism the Board of Governors will exercise this authority for oversight. That's what I meant about getting down into specific procedures or a process that meets the primary concerns that we have at the Board of Governors level, resources and time. I'm very sensitive to both of those. And then the second, and this was directly from my discussions with newer other members of SUAC over the last several months, do what we can to make sure that we're sensitive about maintaining and strengthening the relationship between the university's chief audit executives and their own boards, and not do anything that would in any way, as you said, interfere with that relationship, but more importantly with the responsibilities of those individual boards and their audit committees to oversee the day-to-day operations of the universities. Those were my kind of summary statements about the Audit and Compliance Committee chart. If I may, sir, I want to go through the separate charter for the Inspector General's office in a very high-level fashion. I've already talked to most of you about it during our briefings. Going back to the technical question, I would submit to you as my professional judgment that there is a necessity for there to be a charter that includes the Audit Committee's responsibilities to have a reporting relationship with the Chief Audit Executive for the Board of Governors office. The second statutory, and we can't get around that, mandate that we have is that the Office of Inspector General and Director of Compliance was established pursuant to the state statute, Florida Statute 20.055. So going back to the technical question that Noor asked, many of the duties and responsibilities for this office are outlined in that statute. My office will be subject to a quality assurance review by the Auditor General to see if I'm in compliance with that statute. The other piece, though, is that the compliance part is still left for the board to give more direction and also for us to come up with a framework that works. So the document that you see here, the Charter for the Office of Inspector General, tracks in very real specific terms at times, sometimes perhaps too specific, but that's no problem with the drafting and trying to find a better way of saying something in shorter forms. The statutory responsibilities for the office and then those that have been we have tried to characterize come directly from the board's authority on the compliance side and on the audit side. The example that I had, at least I thought it was a very insightful and very good suggestion, is that in reviewing the document and coming up with a way to make sure that it's clear, the Inspector General is the Chief Audit Executive for the board and for the Board of Governors office. So all of that language and sections that deal with audit planning, doing a risk assessment, investigations, etc., are primarily directed towards the Board of Governors office and the staff here. However, the board can direct the Inspector General to take on other duties. The most recent example, of course, and the one I'm most familiar with, is to be the primary staff support for the task force on FAMU. There is also a statutory reference that should be made, at least in this discussion. Florida Statute 20.155 gives the Board of Governors the authority in a statutory form to direct the Inspector General to review or investigate matters if a university is unable or unwilling to do so. So that is the response to the question of why there would be two separate charters and why we need further discussion, at least on how my role on the compliance side should be fleshed out. In this document, and I'll ask you to turn very quickly to page 4, it's subparagraph 3, State University System and Compliance, and perhaps for discussion either in this call or for later calls, some of
this call, we're not going to keep putting off.
Yes, sir. Some of the discussions that we've had have already hit upon these issues. The only one that I would bring to light is about 7 bullets down. The language reads, review and evaluate audit, investigation, and management advisory reports issued by the university offices of audit and compliance. And from these reports, quote, identify significant systemic issues, problematic trends, or issues with policy implications, and report those findings to the Audit and Compliance Committee, and when appropriate, make recommendations for improvements. That, I think, is something that I wanted to highlight in the discussion for today.
And the other one up above it, Derry, is provide oversight and coordination for the state university system audit, investigative, and compliance functions.
Yes, sir. And
by the board and applicable law, including, and I think you were agreeable to take out serving as chair of the State University System Audit Council.
Yes, sir, and readily admit that was a drafting error. We should have made that consistent with the language in the Audit and Compliance Committee charter.
So that language, serving as chair, comes out,
right?
Right?
Yes, sir. Instead, the language in the other document will be crafted or pasted right here, and it says serve as a member of the State University Audit Council.
Okay.
And then just one last thing, sir, and you've already done that. On the monitoring part, just to make sure that you understand that one of the primary responsibilities, and I think the value added function of this office, is to continue to develop a relationship with the Office of the Auditor General. Of course, on the task force on FAMU, we had ample opportunity to do so in the experience we had with doing the operational audit, which all of my colleagues at the universities have gone through. that is a key, something that the board can do and we can do on a regular basis, because that relationship, our ability to be timely and to try to deal with the issues that they do come up with, and they inevitably will, it will be important on a going forward basis. So that's my quick overview of that document, sir, and I'm open for any questions or comments about that.
Anybody want to speak to that?
Under the scope of work with the Board of Governors you've just been explaining, I think that's fairly obvious what our responsibilities are, and I think that's very plain and clear. Don't you agree, Governor Tripp?
Yeah, I think that probably from the individual universities, we need to make sure that they're comfortable with the language about oversight and coordination. Debbie, speak to me on that a little bit. I mean, are we getting somewhere there where you've got problems?
You have identified the bullet over which we do have some sensitivity, and again, it's what is meant by this relating to daily activities and our relationships with our own audit committee. Yes, we do need to have some more discussion and understanding about what it means to provide oversight and coordination of our functions as directed by the Board of Governors rather than as directed by our own boards of trustees, audit committees. And you also very aptly identified our other area of sensitivity, and that's when we're talking about evaluating our reports. And what does that mean? We certainly understand the notification, the need to know and develop emerging trends and know of developing problems. So it's further discussion and definition is needed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else? John, you got any comments?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think you're right, Norman. We need to get this done.
Yeah, we need to get it done. We need to be, and Derry and you and with Debbie and everybody else, we need to go back and by the next time we come up. So we're not going to keep delaying this. If we don't get satisfactory language, we're going to probably get a vote on something they're not going to be happy with. Well, but the answer is for us to have a role in the system without having, in my mind, the idea that we're somehow going to be involved on daily or monthly activities, which the local board of trustees of that university should be doing. And I think if we make that clear, we should, and then our committee can hold the board of trustees responsible for doing some of those things. Does anybody have any comment about what I just said about that?
Mr. Tripp, this is Mark Rosenberg again. In practice, there is a great deal of variability in the level of effort and the comprehensiveness, the breadth and depth of the work of our 11 audit committees. And so my question is that across time, of course each of our institutions is different, but across time, is it desirable to have less variability in the breadth and depth of the level of effort?
Well, John, you're the expert in this. There is a certain floor to which all of these committees have to operate. I mean, it is not acceptable for them not to be doing at least a minimum standard of auditing, compliance at their universities.
And
another thing.
Yes, sir.
If their local attorney generals, see that we are supporting their efforts, they will do the job that they're supposed to be doing at their universities. If they don't see any support anywhere, they're not going to be effective because don't pay any attention to them.
You're referring to the Inspector Generals. I think
Yeah.
you said okay. So I think in general, and this is something that I know that the Inspector Generals and the auditors understandably need to report to their committees and their presidents. I mean, that's the only way this can work. But in practice, there can be considerable variability across the system in terms of the level of engagement by those audit committees. And that may be something, by the way, that is, built in and structured that way purposely, which I understand and would understand from the viewpoint of each of our institutions. But across time, that can lead to serious issues that we subsequently would have to deal with. And part of our challenge is to continuously improve the oversight, to work with our local audit committees so that we continuously improve their ability to do their jobs. By the way, that holds for all of our working committees.
Mark, and I want Mark to just jump on to what you just said. I think the important word you said was over time. One of the problems that I'm sort of seeing here is we can't get off the dime. Okay? We need to get a document in place and start a process. If it's not perfect, or if it's not right here or there, we can always come back and amend it and change it as we start seeing this process go forward. The problem we've got now is we don't have any process.
I'm just raising the questions.
No, but you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
we
sir.
got to start with something. We would like the document to be as great as the U.S. Constitution, which seems to have lasted for a long time. I doubt that our document will be perfect in every aspect for every institution, but it will get us started. And then as we're going through this, we'll see where we can maneuver one way or another and start a working process that we can all live with. Anybody else feel anything?
Governor Tripp, my understanding, most of us have served on Board of Trustees, and the responsibility at the Board of Trustees to audit their own universities. My feeling about oversight means that we support those responsibilities and make sure that they do their responsibilities. Am I correct in that?
That's how I feel about it.
That's the way I can.
That's very good, Gus. I think that's right on point.
Okay, good. Thank you.
What do you think, John?
I agree. And down the road, there ought to be some, level of audit that all the universities perform. If we got, variation between universities, I mean, there should be some level. I think we got to get through this first, and then we'll deal with that later.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we're trying to get in some of this language when we're talking about develop a best practices model.
Right.
And things of that nature, so that at least we can have some assurance to the people of the state of Florida that, yes, your universities have in place a certain model so that you can expect that your money is being well spent and that type of thing. And I don't know how anybody could object to that.
Chair Tripp, this is Derry. Sir, just one comment from me. I have been the Inspector General here since July 1st of 2007. Some of the issues that we're discussing today are definitely ones that have to be discussed. The charter and the draft for the Office of Inspector General are just that, drafts. And we appreciate both the sense of urgency that you and the members of the committee have in getting this done, but also would emphasize that these are the kinds of discussions and feedback that we as staff and as your Inspector General I have to have before I can have those specific discussions on how and when and under what mechanism to make this work. So I think this has been a very, very good discussion. We tried to capture most of it, and we'll proceed to meet the deadline that you've set for us to get this done.
Okay.
All right, if I may.
Anything further on this document?
No.
Anything from anybody at all? Debbie, any of you?
No, we appreciate your points that you've made and our opportunity to discuss it with you. We look forward to continued discussions with Derry later this month. We haven't had the opportunity to have that face-to-face meeting yet, so we're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, so that actually takes up item 3 and item 4. So, Derry, why don't you do the OIGC annual report?
Well, sir, if I may, the item.
Did I miss one?
Yes, sir. Item 4 is discussion of the work plan, and I will make that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But let's put that to the end.
Okay.
Go on the OIGC report.
And I can be very brief on that. You have already received a copy of this. It was included in your packet of materials to make sure that we demonstrated that the Office of Inspector General had met its statutory responsibility for submitting a summary of our activities for the past year.
Did somebody just join us?
No, sir, we have no indication here that anyone joined us. It may have been someone dropping off the call.
Okay.
And in my briefings with the members of the committee who are on this call and the others, I emphasized just 3 points. We submitted it on time as required by statute. It is a detailed, or at least a summary of the activities, and it is required by the statute. It highlighted on the audit side the support that this office provided to the task force on FAMU. That was our primary project for the past year. But also down there in the details is the fact that we met some of the responsibilities or complied with the statute by conducting reviews and investigations and matters of that type. At the end of that document, I wanted to make sure you saw that I added what I call the theme for the Office of Inspector General. One of the members of the Audit Committee several months ago came up to me after our meeting and said, "How are you going to get done what's in the statute?" And I said, "Well, we will do what we are required to do to be in compliance." And the response that I also made is, we will not only do it, we will make sure that we can demonstrate it. So some of the details that are in the work plan that we'll discuss later are all about us making a difference. There is no way that we can do everything, but we can do those things that are required, and with the support of the committee and the board, meet our responsibilities and demonstrate that we are accountable. And the other reason I wanted to bring that to your attention is that another statutory requirement is that the Office of Inspector General is subject to a separate quality assurance review or audit by the Auditor General. I would suspect, now this is apart from the operational audit conducted on the full board office, there will be an audit of the Inspector General's office. So in the work plan, which I'm not going to go into detail, is a requirement that we develop office policies and procedures and also demonstrate that any work product that we produce meets the standards that we are required by statute to follow. So that's all I had on the annual report, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to accept the OIGC annual report?
No, sir, I do not believe you do.
Okay. And go ahead.
Derry, is it 20.055 or 20.155? Is that a different statute?
Yeah,
the annual report refers to 20.155. Is that a typo, or is it?
Well, you may have caught a typo, but the annual report is required under 20.055.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
May I continue?
You may.
Several weeks ago, you received, specifically around October 8th, the final report by the Auditor General of its operational audit of the Board of Governors. I think it's both in the charter and my responsibilities based on previous mandates to report out on that operational audit to the committee. You've had a chance to review it when it was first released. We had an opportunity during briefings to talk about it. But one thing I'd like to do very briefly is give you an historical overview. The Auditor General announced that the first operational audit of the Board of Governors office and its operations would be conducted. They made that announcement back in the fall of 2007. Sometime early to mid part of February of 2008, we were informed through an entrance conference that the Auditor General, with a team of about 10 to 11 auditors, was going to look at 12 topics or areas in their overall review of the operations of the board office. Under the Chancellor's leadership, and an internal work group was put together, and the final report, as I said, was issued on October 8th. There was active field work by that team of auditors, and again, it fluctuated from 6 to 8 to 10. I wanted to emphasize that the internal work group, which I acted as a liaison with the Auditor General and in a program function, since one of the topics was the operations of the Audit Committee, we got very good responses from the Auditor General as to the level of timeliness, professionalism, and our ability, even during session, to respond to their numerous requests for documents, etc. So some significant credit should be given to the staff for that. Having said that, I wanted to also emphasize that there were 3 findings. There is what the Auditor General referred to as 3 findings in 3 areas with probably subparts. As a part of my responsibility as Inspector General, 6 months after the release of the audit, I'm to report back to you as to the status of any corrective actions taken by the board office. I will do so. The Chancellor is already committed to putting together a team to do so. The particular findings you've had a chance to review, and I won't go through those because of time. They will require us to review policies and procedures and make sure that we've implemented them. And I think we learned from this process how to deal with just the mechanism of going through an operational audit. So sometime 6 months from October, at the meeting that we now have scheduled, probably in June, I will be reporting on the status of the corrective actions taken by the board office to address those concerns. That's all I had, sir, except unless there are any questions about the operational audit and the process. But I wanted to make sure that we discuss that.
Okay. You know, let's have a motion that we accept the OIGC annual report.
So moved.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And let's have a motion that as a committee we accept the BOG operational audit.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We've talked about our...
Mr. Tripp, if you'll forgive me, Chancellor Rosenberg, I just would like to emphasize how proud I am of our staff as a consequence of those audits, because let us remember that this staff has gone through considerable changing and reorganization over the last few years, and with the team of external auditors who came in, there were 3 findings. I'm not happy about those 3 findings, but with all that they reviewed and under the circumstances of the continuing transitional nature of staff support, its commitment to compliance and to statutes and to transparency is exemplary, and I just want to note that for the record, sir.
Very good, and I agree. I think you know, we get this setup part behind us. We're gonna assist them greatly, because then they have kind of a roadmap as to what we expect going forward. And as Derry and I have talked, he needs this, so that he has some idea of exactly what we expect from him, so that he can do the job. And with that, Derry, let's go back to the work.
Well, Chair Tripp, I know you and Governor Stavros, and if Governor Martin is still there, and the Chancellor know that an audit, compliance, or Inspector General shop works on paper, and also we work on detail. But in this particular instance, we had 2 directives to develop a work plan for the Office of Inspector General, but also one for the Audit Committee. Chair McDevitt has asked that each committee have a work plan that shows what its primary activities are, a timetable for completing those, and what the status of those matters are. So the first attempt at that is encompassed in the document that was sent to you. And I won't go through the specifics, but I said that there were 2 objectives during my briefings. One, did we miss anything? That is, staff, Lori and I, and also help from other members of the Board of Governor's staff, tried to capture all of the, I call it the to-dos. We have authority that we have to follow from the board, and also statutory authority, but at the Audit Committee meeting in August, there were also some other, I call it, primary activities that were given to us as our responsibilities. The second objective, at least in having you review this, is please, this is, I think, critical. We talk about resources, staff, and limitations. I've always been not Pollyannish about it, but positive. If we know what the priorities are, we can then go through the detailed planning and get the work done on a timetable that makes sense and show that the deliverable has been completed. So at least a review of this document at this time to set the priorities. Chair Tripp has made it clear that one of the priorities is the Audit and Compliance Committee charter, but I've asked you...
Why don't you have them look, we had that set out on the top.
Yes, sir.
Of page 1 of 5 on page 99.
Right. Exactly. And then we did want you to look at those particular pages. And on the first page of the summary work plan is, of course, develop the BOG Audit and Compliance Charter. These were just our compilation of what the priorities are. Summary work plan, which is done. Do the annual report, which has been completed. Respond to the Auditor General audit, which has been completed. So we can move some of those other items into the top priority category. If I may, just again, the Chancellor has asked us to put the Audit and Compliance Committee Charter work plan into a specific format. So the next time you see an iteration of this document, it may look and feel a little different, but it'll still be the basically the same approach. And with that, sir, I think I would ask the committee if they have had a chance to review this, are there any primary activities based upon the board mandate that should be added to that list, and what are the priorities in the list that we should say are our top priorities for our activities for the upcoming year?
Anybody have anything, John? Or?
Yeah, I got a question. The Auditor General's report, where is that in here where we report back what action we've taken? Where is that?
Yes, sir.
Find it here.
Mm-hmm. Our legal and statutory requirements, that's on page 3 of 5, and I'll have to see what those is. Of the document itself. It lists respond to the Auditor General and really summarized how we were engaged in that particular item. And at the time that this draft was prepared, we gave that a priority A. That has been completed. The follow-up that I described, Governor Temple, will be the 6-month follow-up to the board. And that'll be done through the Audit Committee at an appropriate time to see if the correct...
So when you have completion date down here in September of 2008, so that's done. Okay,
yes, sir. That one's done.
I got you.
That one's done. This is a previous draft.
Okay, got you. Okay.
I'm glad to say we've got that one done.
Good. That's important.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything more.
Anything else, Gus?
No, everything is clear. I see what's happening. Go right ahead.
All right, sir.
Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. So I think with that, then we'll give you a motion that we accept that.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
And,
anything further?
well, I think you took care of that other matter, sir, and we now have a meeting schedule, and we'll proceed with confirming that. I'm glad Mikey is here because with our new approach with trying to have committee meetings, et cetera, we will be coordinating very carefully with her as we is absolutely necessary in getting those meetings scheduled.
Yeah, you need, and just one thing, before January, when's our next meeting?
January.
Yeah.
After the November meeting.
You need to just make sure that you've talked with everybody you need to talk to.
Yes, sir.
And you need to send out to them that if they want to talk to you about it, that they need to be back with you before that meeting, because we really don't want to come to that meeting again and say we haven't got up with everybody we need to get up with. That we've got November, December, and a good part of January, Derry, and so you need to get the notice out. We need to have those conversations behind us. If you have a particular issue, you should call me on it, and we can talk about it. But I just think we need to set the deadline so it's understood that we're going to have a final discussion in January, so we can present it to the board in March.
I will do so. And Chair Tripp, there was one other matter. It's on the work plan. We have, of course, asked Florida A&M informally, but we'll do it formally based upon your direction. They will
The
be
follow-up that we're required to do under that report.
Yes, sir. That'll be on the agenda in January, too. The follow-up of their status report on their corrective action plan.
Yeah.
That was only about
and at that point in time, if there's anything further we need to report on the Florida A&M issue that has been made public regarding they're getting into their, the outsiders getting into their computer, et cetera. We can talk with that if we need to.
Yes, sir. If it's appropriate, we will be able to do so at that time.
Okay. Anything further? Do I have a motion to?
So moved. Adjourned.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Good job, Norman.
Good meeting, Norman.
As I get used to this, I'll understand a little bit better what we need to do. Terry's
fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and so long from New Jersey. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye now.
So long.
No. Fine. There you go.
So long from New Jersey.
Why is he in New Jersey? I'm trying to think he doesn't have children in New Jersey anymore.
My ears hurt.
I'll learn. I'll learn.
You know what? You know what?
What?
He needs to take that same attitude on the board powers and duties document.
I know.
Put it down, and we're moving on, and this is how we're starting.
I know I'm going to be in trouble with my colleagues. I warned Debbie. I said, you have to be ready for your case.
Yeah.
When I briefed him yesterday, I knew he was armed for bear, and I did. I mean, I don't mind, especially in this room. Of course, I begged for more time to get this done.
Yeah.
And he said, "No, we can't do it." So, I didn't beg. I just made my case.
Any assertion of board authority is not a bad thing.
No, it is a very good.
I mean, we're in a position of weakness, and we need to take every opportunity to
Take the charge.
clarify that issue, even if, some of the universities, I mean, the standard operating procedure now is obvious. Well, we can't do that. We got to talk, discuss, blah, blah, blah. I mean, look what happened to the board powers and duties is like lost in this legal swamp, never to be returned. I mean,
That's what he
seems
was.
to be
That's what he
the-
was. That's where he was coming
right.
from. And yet, at the same time, you've taught me that you've got to be able to do the headline and what is the story. The story is we've never had any direction or policy or procedure. So the universities are rightly so point out, we haven't been sending you that stuff because we were never directed to do so.
Right.
And
Well, now that
they got the direction.
Yep, it's coming.
And Noor is so sharp. I'm sorry. I'm surprised she missed that technical point. I've got to have the relationship outlined with my own board. That was it. But he is very, how can you put it?
Yes.
Well, it's
Very
funny
loud.
because some days, and I had loud because I thought there was some days he's all ready to defer everything back to the trustees. So where did this come from? Where did this come from?
I mean, Laura, you said it. I didn't expect him to be.
No.
He was irritated when I told him what they said, but I got to tell him what they said. So.
Yeah, he came out much feistier today than I expected him to. I mean, he's coming down there and let's get this done. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Let's change it.
Thank you for all your help.
Oh, yes.
Jill. Like as always, we will proceed. I don't know. Maybe I should take some Secret Service protection to the meeting on November 19th. I think my colleagues are going to.
Let me ask this question. What of this stuff is coming now onto my main board agenda? None of it?
Other than his report. That's when we have.
Oh, so you're going to do an agenda item that says report out from the audit committee?
Yes. And I think we should script out
What he says,
Jared
yes.
That should be the
Yes, and on
extent.
the agenda item, you might say, met by telephone conference call and discussed the following and da-da-da-da.
Okay, so
Okay.
in other words, that will act as a little bit of a brief reminder of those items we'll report
Yes,
out on.
yes.
And when do you need that?
Yeah.
Today.
No,
Just go do it. I need it now because I'm filling that agenda.
Want to do it while we're safe. I hope you took good notes. Thank you.
I didn't have it.
Chancellor being on the phone always makes a difference. I mean, he could just say things that I don't feel comfortable. That's not dangerous.
When you come out, come through this way.
Okay.
I got a wonderful new toy.
Yeah?
Do you remember these that I showed you? And I gave to Dottie? That Franklin Covey things that we had? We have one more.
Did I look at those?
I think so. The
I don't remember
calendar was
seeing that.
It was a while ago. The calendar was kind of crappy because there was all single days.
Mm-hmm.
So I took out the meat because I only use the month view.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the notepads. Well, look what I got. So we can make our own.
Oh, wow.
And I have another book.
You do?
Mm-hmm. It's an, oh crap, that's too thick. But anywho, you can put your own stuff in.
Very cool.
It's in Sandy's office, so the next time it's unlocked, I'll
yeah, man,
grab it.
Hey.
Hey.
She's so excited to be here.
I just spent an hour and a half listening to an audit committee. But now I'm going to tell y'all something. Mr. Tripp surprised me this morning.
Really?
And you know, people don't surprise me real often. I have thought all along that the only reason he wanted to be on this board was to further devolve stuff to the board of trustees. I'm going to tell you what, he was a stick in the mud today. He was like, we are going to do this. We are going to get this charter put together. We will discuss details and can edit the charter down the road, but we are going to have a paper by the next meeting. I mean,
it's amazing, isn't it, when they're on the other side? I mean, you know.
No, this one is still pushing for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, he had IGs from the university speaking up. Well, now we haven't talked to our board about, you know, that it doesn't really matter. This is what the Constitution tells us to do.
Good for him.
Shocked the crap out of me.
Well,
anyway,
the whole time the chancellor was on there, he was in here too, on the phone calling.
The chancellor's here.
No, that he was on the phone in there with you guys.
He's on the computer.
No, on the phone here with me too.
He must have muted it.
Oh, really?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
When you send board materials, do you send to the presidents?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I've got something I want to put in the package.
Yeah.
Well, I was able to get
yeah. I mean, I send that
you
regular
better
mail.
Find out what it is first.
Well, it's the school laws. Sorry.
I don't know if it'll fit.
Well, it has to go one way or the other. And it would be nice if I could do it that way.
We'll give it a try. My agenda will be printed by tomorrow, and I'll see how big a packet it is.
I also have to send in the statutes, but I'm going to let the mailman pick those up.
Yeah.
And they're already boxed.
Yeah.
So all we have to do is stick a label on that and send it on.
Yeah, I mean, if there's room, I certainly don't care. But I mean, I send those regular mail in just one of those regular mailing envelope things, so it's not real sturdy. But yeah, I don't care what goes in it.
Oh, you don't send it by DHL?
Not to presidents.
Oh, gotcha. I could just have Laura do me two sets of labels. Don't you usually like to have one that you keep packed for?
I have to take one to every board meeting.
I put one on your desk.
Okay. Yeah, I do keep. If you have an extra, yes, I do.
I have a few extra. My only concern is that we do have people coming on that grad students and stuff. I don't know whether they're going to need it.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be okay with me to take it, and then I could be last choice for if somebody took it away. But I definitely have to have at least the one to pack.
Okay.
So,
all right.
However you decide to do it.
I gave you one.
Okay. Good morning.
Adobe? You can edit it in Adobe, or yeah, you can edit it. You have Adobe Professional. If you only have Adobe Reader, you can do it. Michelle,
Yes.
Ramon has been looking for you for 2 days.
Ramon?
Uh-huh. Well, and he came by this morning. So I think he's still.
Okay.
Under the same line.
Yeah. Huh. You sound like you got worse. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, if you want to leave this stuff out,
Hello. Well, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm sick. Just about the stuff. No, I mean, there's always that. I meant yesterday. I was walking, listen, can you hear me? I was walking across the street this morning, just coming across from the parking lot, and some person, some black lady who was in a car driving by, she had her window down, she saw me standing there, and she just screamed at me, "He's black and he's in," and just laughed. I know, but it's just, I know. I know, but it kind of scares me that judgment has fallen. I know. I haven't even thought about it, and I don't know that I could spend the time thinking about it before he got there, plus it would aggravate him, and I'm just not sure I need that. Yeah, I guess if he thought about it, he could have sandwich meat and a loaf of bread or something, but I'll try to get some food in the house. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, there's 30 minutes silence in heaven before the last vial. Maybe he'll pick him up something. I don't, you know, I just haven't. Yeah. Yeah, she is going to have to go on a very strict diet. She has just put on way too much weight, and it's affecting her behavior. Yes, so we're going to have to straighten up about that. So, well, 1 day a week's not going to do it. We're going to have to do it strict and do it and get it done, and then she can go back to having some treats, but I'll figure that out too. All right, bye.
haven't heard anything about the airfare to.
I don't think I have. Let me go back and see if I got a response with that I just haven't paid attention to today, but I will.
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm okay. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. I am printing the agenda materials for the 3 sections of the agenda that Dottie was working on. In the strategic planning part, I have the agenda item for the termination of the thing at FIU, but I don't have in that folder a copy of the FIU termination request, which she says is backup material, and I just wanted to be sure that I had the right thing. Can you either so I could find it in that committee, the conference call committee. I just want you, if you'll talk me through it, just to be sure that I get the right document. So give me just a second and I'll get to it. Okay. FIU ISE termination request. Okay. Doctor of Philosophy in Industrial and Systems Engineering program. Okay, I'm just going to save a copy in my new meeting folder stuff, and I'll also put one in Dottie's. Thank you. Bye. Just to clarify, what she is wanting in this agenda is the full 15 pages of that request, not just the cover letter. Okay. Okay, well that's what I'm going to put in. If and I mean, better too much than too little. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to include it all. Okay, thank you. Bye. Hello? Yeah, you probably ought to just need to open the thing and let it do a reset, but I'm on my way with an agenda, so I'll take a look at it. All right, bye. Jiminy Christmas. Sandra, I suggest we girls go together and demand that we get a bathtub up here that we can take bubble baths in or something to help us if they won't let us drink.
Oh, that sounds good.
Or get us a masseuse. Or
Oh, because they'll send us to the Williams Center for that.
because what?
They might send us to the Williams Center for the masseuse.
Oh no, I don't want to go there.
So we better do as for the jujitsu.
You know, we need to stock Calgon or something. It's just, I tell you, let me tell you, I bought a magnet while I was gone. I have seen this before, and I put it over here by my desk because I didn't want anybody to think it was ugly and make me take it down. But it has sluts, S-L-U-T-S, Southern ladies under tremendous stress.
Michelle, you just had 2 days off.
I know. That's probably the problem.
That's just what they told me back home. Okay. Uh, 3/8/1830, I think. Okay.
Hello? You know what, I need to call him because I told him he was supposed to show up, so I kept walking back and forth to the parking lot and I didn't see him. So I haven't, yeah, there was supposed to be things already because he was supposed to deliver them last night. Okay. Hello? Yes. Okay.
Pete's sake.
So,
hey.
Two things. First thing, when I was doing the mail, I did leave something here because I had no idea who to write. So I guess
fine.
it was up to you.
Yeah.
And then with these trend things, do I just put them there? Or do I give them to the person that it's for?
Give them to the people that they're addressed to, and then they may end up out there.
Okay. And the last thing is, I know Dottie sent you that thing to proofread the SPAS code. Right? She sent you that? Because, well, I'm doing it too. I think she sent you something saying, oh, Christian's doing it too.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
I'll look at that because I haven't. I just
fine.
printed it and sent it to Mikey, but I will take a look at it.
Oh, maybe it was for them to do it and not you. Because I didn't read it. I just like skimmed it.
I haven't paid much attention to it. Listen, I may, if I can find something that I'm looking for that I'm kind of having a panic attack, I may need you to make a couple of copies and take something down to the comptroller's office for me. I also have been meaning to send you an email to warn you about this, but this is agenda mailing week, so at some point soon I'll probably have some labels ready for you to start working on, and we'll see.
Okay, because right now I'm trying to finish like two things at one time. I'm doing that proofreading and doing something for Rick really quick.
Okay, that's fine, because I'm not ready for the other. Just want to warn you.
Alright, that's fine.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, just make sure.
Oh, okay. And you don't have to do it right this second, just before you leave, whenever, however you want to do it.
I got a little time.
Okay.
Michelle, this is Martha Billings. I'm calling about the meetings that you have scheduled in November for the Board of Governors. We're trying to find out if you are in fact going to be using all the rooms because we have another request for a room on the
Michelle, this is Garrett Robertson for Knowledge Network. Hey, I was calling and inquiring about the 20th meeting for Board of Governors. If you can, would you call me back, please? Phone number is 245-9448. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Oh, do you have Heidi's memo right there?
Yeah.
Let me write her a sticky note. I didn't even think about this. Heidi, comptroller needed this memo copy for your records. Okay, that's good enough, just so she'll have a clue.
Oh, you got the ink for the document?
Yeah, came in today and found that in my chair. Cool. Now I can see my numbers.
Oh.
Huh? Did I keep the memo?
It's right here.
Okay.
I kind of get it too.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Today? Let me check my calendar.
It probably tells me. Well, the call I got today, maybe. It may be that it's, not reserved for that, and we just call in.
What time today?
Well, 2 o'clock, but it just may be just a call, a conference call,
Mhm.
and not really a room set aside. That is very quite possible, because there's just going to be a lot of these. And for some reason, I was looking, because there are some coming up, I was looking at some.
It says in the fishbowl at 2 o'clock.
They're out of there now. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Careful, please. Okay. Well,
Committee members.
I didn't go get the,
I've got this one.
You're hoping this is short. I bet you that's what you were going to say.
Well, I don't know that it'll be short, but I'm hoping that it'll be relatively. I don't think it'll be 2 hours, but I'm hoping it'll be relatively uneventful. That